flexibility and limited coverage of collective mechanisms of bargaining, and moderate levels of informal employment, and Argentina as a specific case that has significant external flexibility and large-scale informal employment, limited collective bargaining within a fragmentary or sometimes polarized labor market, and significant levels of temporary or discontinuous employment that's basically related to the prevalence of extra-legal or informal contracts. For our methods, we described year-on-year labor trajectories across 4 dimensions: occupational class, informal employment, hourly incomes, and descriptively contractual transitions between temporary and permanent jobs. We use harmonized microdata from the EU Silk Survey and from the Argentine Permanent Household Survey. And to ensure the comparability across countries, the study draws exclusively on panels composed of 2 consecutive observations for the year 2022 and the year 2023. Our operational definitions rely on Goldthorpe and collaborators' class schema to measure occupational mobility. We use a legalistic measure of informal employment that's related to the recommendations of the ILO. And we identify the type of employment as formal or informal using registration to social insurance schemes for both wage and non-wage workers. And to approach short-term changes in labor income, we estimate constant hourly wages, harmonizing income data from the EU Silk and the EPH or Permanent Household Survey from Argentina, and we adjust it for inflation and transform annual or monthly wages into hourly earnings. Well, our results and findings. First, we found that the prevailing institutional arrangements on each case tend to contain or to spread forms of labor market external flexibility. First, the levels of informal employment and non-wage jobs are strikingly different by country in accordance with disparities in institutional and productive development. And second, the prevalence of temporary contracts among wage workers is consistent with the predominant internal or external type of flexibility in each case. Argentina and Germany's rates contrast the most, but informal employment is also relevant in the case of Poland and in the case of Italy, related to the productive structure of each country. Related to gross turnover rates or gross labor mobility, we find that short-term rates of employment mobility reflect the resilience and the expansion during the period. All countries show strong exit-entry ratios, and net turnover or rotation was moderate in all cases, with certain small decreases in the Polish and German case, which can be explained by a context of labor shortages or slowdowns in the economic process. However, what we want you to consider is that these rates have to be placed in the context of the prevalence of informal or on-account workers or temporary contracts. For example, Argentina's high rates of mobility also reflect a more fragile and stable labor market. In relationship to specific occupational mobility, this is job-to-job trajectories for people that remained employed during the 2 years. The implications are that mobility through formal and informal employment is somewhat related to occupational mobility, but mostly mediated by the macro context and the reach of labor market institutions. Within labor markets that are marked by significant informality, such as the Argentine or Polish one, occupational mobility is prone to informalization and short-term passages to extra-legal employment, while on the other hand, or on the other end of the spectrum, Germany's highly regulated labor market sees a weak link between processes of informalization and occupational mobility in general. Once again, Italy and Spain present intermediate cases with little informal or formal mobility. Though in Spain, there's a somewhat formalization tendency for this period. Finally, income mobility, or results in terms of earnings, doesn't go hand in hand with short-term occupational mobility or informal employment trajectories, which is shown by a table here. And Poland and Argentina, for example, have relevant informalization processes underlying movements in the labor market, but contrasting levels of income mobility and directions of such wage mobility. While Germany and Spain, on the other hand, show similar short-term income mobility despite displaying very different occupational mobility regimes. Spain is much more stable on an occupational sense, while Germany is more mobile. And similarly, both have small up and down ratios related to upwards or downwards mobility when compared to Poland or Argentina, which have much greater variations in this ratio. What these trends suggest is that institutions can reinforce or moderate the effects of cyclical market forces on earnings, diminishing the exposure to downward trajectories during recessions or slowdowns, but also limiting gains during expansions when institutions are very extensive. So our conclusions or main findings. First, the articles address a central problem in the study of labor markets, basically how contextual shocks and structural trends influence short-term movements and relate to distinct job quality phenomena, such as informality and variations in earnings or wages. And to this purpose, we made cross-national comparisons of distinct productive and institutional regimes with coordinated markets, Mediterranean systems, transitional economies, and emerging but structurally informal markets, such as Argentina's. And the findings generally indicate that labor market processes, occupational mobility, and outcomes are different despite common shocks, that short-term occupational and income mobility are not necessarily related to each other, because the institutional regime and the degree of segmentation related to the productive structure mediate the direction and the intensity of this link, and that informalization or formalization has not followed a common trend in the post-pandemic context, with strong variations according to the prevailing institutional productive regime of each country and the interaction of such regime with the growth cycle. And more specifically, we find that despite the common trend, labor markets process occupational mobility and its repercussions with markedly divergent results. In Germany, we found that a highly coordinated and productive market that has marginal, very little levels of informality and shows positive but limited gains during the period for its workers. But despite its modest economic performance during the post-pandemic world, the prevailing institutional framework in Germany shorts up incomes and prevents the spread of transitions towards extra-legal employment or excessive income losses among its working population. In Spain and Italy, we found that there are low or moderate occupational mobility, at least measured in this way, but formalization trends and strengthened worker protection while preserving external flexibility turn the strong economic performance into higher ratios of upward mobility.
And the strong economic.
And in Poland, continued productive upgrading and a strong economic performance translate into very high ratios of upwards income mobility, even under informalization or certain trends towards informalization. Argentina exhibits, on the other hand, a very specific case pertaining to the dualization effects of having a structurally informal labor market and how this translates into wages and job quality. And therefore, the volatile nature of its economic trajectory means high turnover, high occupational mobility, frequent changes around informality, and high, but mostly downwards, changes on individual earnings. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Now is Osvaldo Martínez.
Sí. ¿Desde dónde no?
Coming here. O pones tu ordenador y lo haces con tu ordenador.
¿Desde acá?
¿Sí? ¿Lo tienes puesto? Dame un pincho.
Ah, no, ya está la presentación, ya está aquí. Pues.
Ahí. ¿Dónde?
Está en el escritorio. O ya está abierta incluso. Bueno, en el Acrobat.
¿Quién?
El otro.
Lo muevo yo, creo.
Ok, bueno, lo pongo de este lado.
Si quieres, te
No, tranquila. Volvemos a acabe como para.
o yo me pongo.
No pasa nada. No, acabemos. Ok. Okay, I'm going to show you some ideas about this study that is on course. We followed three research lines. The next, three research lines. The first one is some ideas about the conceptual framework of informality and labor segmentation. The second one is the first findings about the statistical relation between informality and economic cycle or business cycle. And the third one is some ideas or some recommendation about the public policy to for labor market formalization. Next. Okay, we start to highlight the heterogeneity of informality because we consider that informality is made up of productive and labor practices that are developed outside the legal framework. So, which these practices maintain different relationships with the economic cycle, and that show complex and heterogeneous phenomenon. So we can find different expressions of informality. For example, we can find street commerce, self-employment with a small business, salaried workers without social security, independent professionals, trades workers, craft workers, domestic work. So many different kind of jobs. But in order to identify the informality in the statistical information, we take two criteria, two conditions to identify informality: the tax registration and the registration of workers in the social security. So, okay, so when we take the statistical information, we have see that the informality has stayed a high and persistent level that implies that structural factors can play a key role. These are the different rates, informal employment rates that those are estimated from the employment service in Mexico, and all of them are high and persistent. But we can see during the economic crisis, part of the informal activities behaves contracyclically. It means that maybe it is relying on subsistence activities or falling into vulnerable types of work. So next, that's why we work. That's why we work with this hypothesis. We define that the heterogeneity of informality and the segmentation of the labor market imply the existence of different occupational groups who have different relationships with the economic cycle. And the duality of the wage labor and self-employment is a condition that helps to clarify how informality behaves with respect to the business cycle. So when we look the evidence and the economic literature, we have found that it's not conclusive in the case of the informal employment, where the studies have found that the formal employment has a positive relationship with the economy, the cycle, economic cycle. But in the case of the informal employment, the relationship is not so clear. So there are studies that have found a negative relationship and other studies that have found a positive relationship. So we have done is that to define this conceptual framework, taking the two labor markets in Mexico. In one side, the wage labor market that has the formal wage employment that we consider jobs that are stable and registered in the Social Security. They pay taxes on Social Security contributions, includes labor benefits, and has defined by law offers on fixed and regular jobs. But there is a second segment in this labor market that are informal. The informal wage employment doesn't have Social Security protection, doesn't pay taxes, doesn't comply the labor and fiscal legislation, and there are no employment contracts. Labor relations are wage-based, and those are temporary and transitional and irregular. In this case, the segment has not a clear relation with the economic cycle. We have found a negative relation, but a positive relation too. So we see the self-employment labor market, the main jobs here are engaged in subsistence activities with low value added and disconnected from the formal production chains. So these people finding this type of occupation as a refuge. This is the main jobs in this market. But there is we consider that there is a small segment with an entrepreneurial mindset and small businesses with the goal of developing them into established firms over the time. They maintain some linkages with the formal economy and in some cases operates with fiscal relations. That is, we call a self-employment that is becoming in a formal economy. Okay, so when we see the statistical information, we have found that the two main segments of informal employment account 33 million people in Mexico. So the informal wage workers are 70 million people, and the self-employment are 12.6 million people. In this case, in this segment, we have found 271,000 people with Social Security. So it could be the little segment that is a kind of formal self-employment. But both segments reproduce very different labor relations, which imply the need for ad hoc public policy design. Okay, next. And when we see the earnings, the wage gaps between formal earnings and informal earnings are so important. As we can see, the green line are the formal earnings, and the purple line are the self-employment earnings, and the blue one is the informal wage earners. Okay, so the wage gap between formal and informal worker almost doubles the level. So when we okay, here's one. Say, and then we estimate the trend and cyclical components using different labor indicators in order to estimate correlations with the cycle of these labor indicators and the productive cycle. So we estimate applying the Hodrick-Prescott filter. We estimate the cyclical components of different labor segments, and then we estimate the correlation. Next. So in the so we have found that the formal wage workers always has a positive relation. There is a consensus. There is not the problem here. The problem is in the informal wage workers that we have a slope very weakly. The evidence that the results are not conclusive. So, but in the self-employment, the relation is negative and strong slope. We estimate correlations applying regressions models. Next, and we have found these results. As I said, the formal wage workers in all cases we use two samples, two kind of samples, the quarterly data and annual data, and in all cases the relationship between formal wage workers and business cycle are always positive and significant. But in the informal wage workers, we have found different results. With quarterly data, we have found a positive relation and not significant, and with annual data are a negative relation, but not significant. So the evidence is so weakly. And in the self-employment, the relation is always negative, but is not significant. So the conclusion here is that we have to still study applying methods, considering all kind of models, so we can find results that could verify our hypothesis. So at last, I would like to say only some ideas about how to improve the institutional capacities in order to achieve the effective enforcement of labor regulations, social security provisions, and tax obligations, and to incorporate informal wage earners into the social security scheme. So we will have to enforcement or improve three main public actions: the inspection, the enforcement, and the sanction. So in order to enforce these factors, we have to leverage the social security auditing and enforcement powers, and to coordinate enforcement efforts among the main authorities, the fiscal authorities, the labor authorities, and the social security authorities. But we have to ratify the ILO conventions on labor inspection, so we can set up a labor inspection system with an integrated inspection approach: labor, fiscal, and social security compliance. We have to expand and upskilling and improved control mechanisms for labor inspectors, and extending the coverage of inspected establishments, the firms. So, and the end, what we need to improve is an effective penalty framework so we can increase the cost of non-compliance. So these actions are thinking for formalization of wage workers, informal wage workers. And for self-employment workers, we could strain the Social Security voluntary enrollment scheme that is the pilot program now in the Social Security, but we have to strain the design and the process of implementation. We have to compulsory tax registration to have a one-step window and unified database with fiscal and social security information to put a single tax regimen, portable individual registry for tax compliance and social security entitlements, and introduce an employment protection scheme too, and other social security benefits based in the contribution history. So I finished with this reflections, and thank you.
Esteban, Nina. ¿Estás
Hola,
ahí?
hola. No me deja compartir porque
Ahora te
está.
pongo. Ahora
Bueno,
te
listo.
pongo.
Bueno,
Ahora te
gracias.
Ahora puedes, Esteban. Esteban va
Bueno,
a hablar
sí.
en español.
Sí, muchas gracias por la comprensión. Ya estoy compartiendo.
Dale a pantalla completa.
¿Sí?
Abajo.
¿Ya?
No, abajo. Abajo, por aquí abajo. Dale pantalla completa. Aquí.
Ok,
Ahí. Pincha
muy
ahí.
bien. ¿Sí se ve?
Pincha. No, tienes que pinchar ahí, en pantalla completa. Ahora. Ya,
Muy bien.
ya está. Adelante.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Gracias por permitirme comentar este proyecto de investigación sobre el salario mínimo constitucional relacionado con un criterio normativo del ingreso mínimo vital y relacionado con la informalidad en Colombia y México. Esto lo hicimos junto con Miguel Reyes Hernández de la Universidad Iberoamericana de México y la Universidad Javeriana en Bogotá. Un contexto, ¿cómo inició todo esto? La pandemia generó una crisis social y política que todos sabemos, pero en Colombia, creo que a diferencia de otros países como en Brasil, donde se tuvo políticas que atenuaron la crisis, en Colombia fue más crítico, porque aumentó la pobreza en 4 millones de personas más, 4 millones de personas más, llegando a 21 millones, casi el 42% de toda la población colombiana en situación de pobreza. Y lo más grave es que la gente más pobre, había 1.500.000 personas que dejaron de consumir alguna de las 3 comidas, y 1,5 millones de personas dejaron de consumir 2 comidas. Eso llevó a una crisis social, tanto así que en el año 2021 se presentó en Colombia una gran explosión social, una movilización social. La Cumbre Social y Política convocó a todas las organizaciones sociales, sindicatos, organizaciones comunitarias, en las que se clamaba por unas transferencias de ingresos incondicionales, algo relacionado con lo que sería la renta básica. Y si miran ahí, era muy típico en los hogares de Bogotá que la gente ponía un trapo rojo en sus puertas y ventanas, que significaba que no tenían dinero para poder comprar alimentos. Y en ese entonces con el gobierno de Iván Duque era qué cantidad de dinero hemos de transferir a la población empobrecida y en situación de vulnerabilidad. Y había propuestas de los que planteaban al menos darles la brecha de pobreza, lo que significa que es lo que le hace falta a la gente para completar ese ingreso. Otros hablaban al menos darles el valor de la línea de pobreza extrema, que era 580.000. Otros más progresistas planteaban entregarles el valor de la línea de pobreza, que era 1.326.000. Y otros, al menos garantizarles a toda la gente el salario mínimo legal, que estaba en 908.000 pesos. Eh, en ese contexto, finalmente, el programa social Ingreso Solidario del gobierno Duque optó por la visión más conservadora de entregarles un monto que equivale a la brecha de pobreza, el ingreso que le hace falta para que la gente pueda completar su ingreso, aunque por el confinamiento social ni siquiera tenía el ingreso de su actividad informal. Eh, por eso que el objetivo de esta investigación fue establecer desde una dimensión normativa cuánto es el ingreso mínimo vital que garantice una vida digna a un hogar en Colombia y México. Algo así como un ingreso digno. Y en los objetivos específicos tenemos pues analizar esos valores que se consideran como umbrales de pobreza o criterios de ingreso mínimo establecidos por la línea de pobreza o el salario mínimo legal. Luego, estimar desde un enfoque normativo, tomando en cuenta las normas constitucionales que hay en Colombia y en México, que están alineadas con los derechos sociales y los derechos humanos de una vida digna. Y finalmente, comparar ese valor normativo con los valores de línea de pobreza y salario mínimo legal. Aquí tenemos el valor de la línea de pobreza por hogares de pobreza extrema, que sería y el valor de la línea de pobreza en Colombia. Llevado esto a dólares, sí, ahí podemos ver que en Colombia la línea de pobreza extrema equivale ahí está, a $157 al mes. $157 al mes, ya se puede imaginar. Y el valor de la línea de pobreza a $359. Uno diría, ¿uno puede sobrevivir? Pues en Colombia con ese dinero mucha gente sobrevive. Entonces, viendo algunos datos, llevando esto a la moneda europea de los euros, podemos ver ahí en esta serie de datos del 2016 al 2024, esto es equivalente en dólares. El salario mínimo legal en Colombia equivale en el año 2016 a 201 euros, en México a 117 euros y en España 764. Vean, en el gráfico se ve esa gran diferencia que hay, ¿sí?, entre el salario mínimo de Europa y los países de Colombia y de México. E incluso entre México y Colombia, pues hay una gran similitud. Quiero rescatar acá un dato que nos llamó la atención, es que en el gobierno de López Obrador, AMLO, el salario mínimo legal aquí en euros expresado desde 2019, que era 98,9 euros, en su periodo de gobierno llega a duplicarse, llega a 215 euros, se duplica. El de Colombia no llega a ese valor tan progresista. Por otro lado, cuando vemos los datos de pobreza, cuánta gente pobre es en Colombia con el criterio de la línea de pobreza, vemos que del 2016 al 2023, miren, la población de 50 millones que hay de colombianos en territorio nacional, el 16 millones en 2016 son en situación de pobreza, y eso, miren, va evolucionando a 16, 17 millones, 21, 19, 18 y 17 millones en el año 2023, de los cuales pueden ver que en esa varita de color rojo está la población en situación de informalidad laboral, es decir, que todos los que son calificados como informales en Colombia están dentro del grupo de los que son identificados como pobres por línea de pobreza. Es decir, que los informales tienen ingresos o salarios, ¿sí? Salarios informales de subsistencia. En Colombia, la población ocupada informal equivale al 56% de la población ocupada. En la metodología, además de hacer referencia a estos datos de la ley de pobreza y el salario mínimo legal, quisimos tomar en cuenta la normatividad constitucional que tanto en México como en Colombia consagra, ¿no?, que el Estado debe garantizar en sus ciudadanos una remuneración mínima, vital y móvil. Y eso está asociado con un ingreso que garantice una vida digna del trabajador y su familia. Entonces, todas las constituciones hacen referencia a los derechos sociales en términos de que son derechos humanos relativos a las condiciones sociales y económicas básicas necesarias para una vida digna y en libertad. Y en el caso colombiano, llama la atención que sentencias judiciales de la Corte Constitucional fueron reiterativos y enfáticos, sí, contra el Estado, para que se pueda garantizar en las personas y en los hogares un ingreso mínimo vital que le permita cubrir al trabajador y a su familia las necesidades básicas, elementales de alimentación, vivienda, vestido, acceso a los servicios públicos domiciliarios, recreación y salud. Hay sentencias desde el año 2099 al 2018, casi una década, en la que le reclaman al Estado Social de Derecho de Colombia como a la sociedad y a las entidades privadas el cumplimiento de garantizar ese. Y aquí pues hay un gran debate porque muchos consideran que el salario mínimo legal en Colombia, desde ciertas corrientes económicas, es alto y si aumenta el salario mínimo genera desempleo, ¿sí? Hay escuelas económicas que consideran que aumentar el salario mínimo legal generaría empleo y que está horrorosamente alto. Desde este punto de vista normativo, se cree que más bien el salario mínimo legal es insuficiente para garantizar una vida digna. Y aquí está el esquema de lo que sería la construcción, ¿sí?, cuantitativa del salario mínimo constitucional. Hay estos conceptos de primero estimar una canasta alimentaria que se comparte con otras metodologías. Sin embargo, hay una gran diferencia. La diferencia está en este componente color naranja. No solamente es estimar la cantidad y el precio de los alimentos que deben consumir un hogar típico en situación de pobreza, sino que además hay que incluir un valor que implica garantizar ese acceso a los alimentos, incorporar actividades de la preparación de los alimentos, de la conservación de los alimentos y el consumo, cómo se consume esos alimentos y la preparación. Entonces, a ese valor de la canasta de alimentos que ya tiene este plus de incluir la preparación, el consumo y conservación, se añade el otro valor de la canasta de los alimentos. Y pues la visión tradicional pues es tomar el coeficiente de Engel y Ordoshansky, que es el inverso del gasto, el alimento sobre el total. Sin embargo, aquí hay que incluir también lo que los hogares, en los patrones de consumo, es lo que les permite el acceso a transporte, acceso a los gastos asociados a servicios públicos, como por ejemplo en un niño, para que vaya a la escuela pública necesita zapatos, cuadernos, sí, una lonchera. Entonces, incluir en esa canasta de no alimentos esos otros gastos de educación y salud y servicios públicos, lo que nos da al final un valor de la canasta normativa de satisfactores vitales que equivale al salario mínimo constitucional. En términos cuantitativos sería lo siguiente. Tenemos entonces haciendo todos estos cálculos, alimento por cantidad y precio, tenemos para México, para el año 2016, para que sean comparables ajustado a PPA, tenemos para México $775 y para Colombia 411. si incluimos ahí lo que hemos mencionado sobre las actividades de preparación, conservación y los elementos que necesitamos para el consumo de esa canasta de elementos, hay un agregado de entre 8% y 13% que hay que añadir, lo que nos lleva a una nueva canasta de alimentos que equivale a $851 para México y 474 para Colombia. Eso ya está, digamos, con esa propuesta novedosa de incluir esta parte de preparación y conservación. A esto se añade entonces el valor de la canasta de no alimentos, lo que está en naranja. Y a la canasta de alimentos, que ya está en 851, la canasta de no alimentos es para México en $1,271, para Colombia 648, lo que da un total para México de $2,132 y para Colombia de $1,123. Y cuando lo comparamos, esto es el trabajo más importante, cuando comparamos ese valor del salario mínimo constitucional con el valor de la línea de pobreza, vemos que esta propuesta del salario mínimo, tomando en cuenta los criterios de derechos sociales, equivale a 1.5, ¿sí?, del valor de la línea de pobreza en el caso de México y a 1.6 en el caso de Colombia. En concreto, para el caso colombiano, comparando ese salario mínimo legal con el salario mínimo constitucional, este ingreso digno equivale casi al doble, mire, 1.877 en pesos corrientes de Colombia, que es el doble de los 908,000 del salario mínimo legal en Colombia. Es decir, que la propuesta que tenemos es para garantizar la vida digna del trabajador y su hogar, equivalente al doble del salario mínimo legal. Esa es la propuesta. Lo hemos planteado a los sindicatos y ellos están de acuerdo con nosotros, solo que cuando se va a la negociación del salario mínimo cada año, pues estos criterios normativos no se toman en cuenta, solamente se toma en cuenta la indexación al salario por inflación y el coeficiente por productividad, pero estos criterios normativos finalmente quedan como letra muerta. Nosotros estamos, digamos, con esta propuesta reviviendo esos criterios normativos de derechos sociales. La conclusión, pues que debemos superar pues, estos criterios monetarios tradicionales y más bien orientarse hacia un salario constitucional digno, poner sobre la mesa en el debate social lo que sería el ingreso digno, y también planteamos ya esa metodología también para discutir junto con gente del Departamento de Estadística de Colombia y con los sindicatos para hacer ejercicios conjuntos para estimar ese salario mínimo vital para cada año. Y pues esto también se convierte en un criterio para diseñar políticas sociales de transferencias universales no condicionales. Al menos es un insumo para el debate. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Esteban. Now is Maria Bianca. Maria Bianca.
I have talked with her. She has a connection issue.
Okay.
She will, if possible, that she will present right after the break.
After the break?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's after the lunch.
So I can present the
Yes. Now is going Roberto Delano from Italy is going to present a new project on a survey on salary and employment, employment and informal salary, but with a questionnaire. You send the first letter from Roberto in which he explained the project, the survey, and now he's going to explain with more detail about this. After the explanation of Roberto.
Yeah, I have some slide.
Yeah. Where is the slide?
It's on the screen.
Yeah, okay. In general.
This one?
I see. This one? Yeah.
Okay, so this is not presentation, just 5 minutes before the lunch. So,
Sit on here, please.
okay, thank you. So this is an announcement that for our unit is the CELPE UNISA, University of Salerno from Italy, and the Bucharest University of Economic Studies. In the project of INSEAI, we are for the main aim of work package 2 is to analyze, to measure the informal economy, informal employment, and this kind of activities carry out with our 2 units, but also we receive a lot of useful support for several Madrid and several units that help us to review the pilot that we did in July and do translation. According, I already presented the survey in July in a seminar, but the main objective of the survey are to assess the social demographic composition of informal work and what is the original contribution that we don't apply the interview methods. This we use a mobile device, so it's a self-administered survey. I will say something more in the next slide. And the aim of this survey is to measure the wage and earnings gaps between informal and formal workers and integrate our expected outcome with the International Labour Organization data on informal employment. The advantage of a mobile user-friendly self-administered service is that in this way the use of mobile is very democratic. Every people use this kind of device. So we, according to this idea, we aim to reach by this survey also people that are less covered by standard approach to labor force survey or traditional household survey. For instance, domestic workers, gig workers, and so on. And the other benefit is that, especially in Europe, there is some social stigma if you are working in formal activity, if you have no written contract. So by using self-administered survey, we reduce this kind of social survey because you have not an interviewer that you have to reply to his or her question. So this is the main reason of the INSEAI survey. Probably what in the next week, probably, you will receive as a member of this network an email from the INSEAI where we invited you to help us to collect this kind of information. So we have translated in 10 or 11 languages the survey, so in each language of the country involved in this project, and to encourage participation, so to increase the number of survey that we expect to collect, we also associate a press draw that help in our view the number of people that decide to participate in this collection. The prize draw consists in 100 euros that the participant can decide if it's better to have an Amazon gift card rather than a charity donation. And the method that we want to apply is the snowball approach. It means that we send to you the link and the QR code for the survey, and you can share this kind of link with your student, with your social networks, and they can do the same. And this way, different ways help us to achieve to the minimum size. We try to estimate which are the minimum sample size to use this kind of information to match with the International Labour Organization data, and we have some initial minimum requirement to use this kind of data to implement our idea that we basic idea is that the International Labour Organization have a very good data about the size and the number of informal employment, but there are no data on their wage, then monetary value. We will try to match our information of monetary salary with their information of informal employment, and if we define the same cell in terms of stratification of the sample, we are able to do this kind of activity. So this is the main objective of this survey. Probably the collection will start next week. The Center of Library Economics and Political Economics, I'm the director of the University of Salerno, as the platform to this collection, and we plan to buy additional additional survey, additional data, because it's very good platform and very expensive. So according to the progress of collection, we will define what is the best approach to achieve our goals in terms of minimum sample size. This is my mail, and Joy Naomi is a PhD student from the University of Salerno. And when you receive this kind of survey, I will show you just a screenshot of how it looks like. If you find some problems, some typos in translation, please can send to us an email. So you will receive next week an email from INSEAI with the link and with the QR code, and you can use by sharing this code and this link on social media groups, on university student, institutional website, we also the INSEAI website, but also personal network. But what is very important is that this kind of sharing should be focused on people that work informally. So this is in that email that you will receive. You will also find some text that you can copy and paste on social media, and we provide all the languages of the network. And as you can see, it's very short, the text, because it's for WhatsApp, for instance, and we stress on the advantage for the participant to participate to the draw to win 100 euros. This is how the INSEAI survey looks like. This is the first page. You select the languages, and then you accept or not to participate. And this is the last page, where we say we ask the respondent to help us to share this link to other potential respondent. And this is the success of this collection is important not only for the unit involved in this work page 2, but also for all the units of the INSEAI, because if we are able to achieve this minimum threshold in terms of sample size, we can use all the units of the network, this kind of data, and so is maybe a good average. In the second INSEAI workshop will be in Salerno next year, and this is also the place where we present the final result of this collection. And so this is also the invitation from my side to that we will see in Salerno next year from the second edition of the workshop. So this is just, I don't do so much more with time, so thank you.
So in 4 days you receive all the information by email.
Yeah.
Also on the social network. Not social network. Okay. And from this point, you can disseminate the questionnaire.
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah. Now, in this moment, it doesn't work. This is okay. You can start, but we will start all together after the mail, because now if you fill out the survey, but it's better if we reserve the survey for informal workers. We know that you are for. So our target is for, if you use it, you use one slot for our 5,000.
Okay, then.
Yes, no, like you can share so all people can participate. Yes, but what is important is we don't need to share with our colleagues at the university, when usually the share of informality is very low. It's better to share from a network of people that are usually involved, and use that friends in the snowball approach to arrive to other people. So, for instance,
it's important to understand that it's necessary for us, not only university.
For example, if you go to the market, so the person who buys
we have market the line,
supposed to,
but usually we expect to end end of February.
if you will.
So,
Yes,
if we possible to increase the number, also we can extend on another so weeks, depends on.
more dissemination, more possibilities to find informal actions. Right?
Also in social media groups. It's not a single use informal.
You use your Facebook point, your Facebook network, etc. Right? Any question?
Sí, la pregunta está.
Please.
En español o en inglés.
Yes, please.
Okay, first of all, I want to make a question for the colleague from Mexico. Are you considering to divide your analysis by gender?
By gender? No, not now.
I think it's very important to consider the gender
Yeah,
in this case because informality, particularly in a developing country like Mexico, I'm coming from Chile. And when you are analyzing the dynamics of informality, informality is a manner that we don't have
yeah,
in order to incorporate or to get a job in the labor market. So
yeah.
is a manner to flexibilize the way in which they are incorporated in the labor market.
Yeah.
Also, I think that it is very important to consider that the unit of analysis is the household, not the person, because considering the first, sometimes women are participating in the labor market in the informal, in an informal job in order to compensate the income at the household level. So this is not when you are considering that individual is the unit of analysis, you are losing this part of the analysis, and your results are biased. So I think that gender is very important, particularly in a developing country. When you are analyzing the case of informality and also household. Also, I want to make a question to the colleague from Italy. Are you intending to guarantee that that your sample is
No. It's not representative.
at the country level?
No.
No. Why are you sampling from different countries and not?
Okay, we have the sites, the relative sites of the cell that you need in terms of gender, in terms of education, and by snowball approach, it's not guaranteed that we achieve this kind of representative information. What is our aim? Is not to get representative sample of the country, but have a dimension of the cell that is consistent with the same cell of data of information, informal employment or labor organization. That means, for instance, in Italy, the female with the secondary education, informal 20%. We need that the same cell is in terms of the sites, the label to link this kind of data on how many informal workers are with our estimation of what is the expected informal wage. So this is the idea. With this double approach, it's very difficult to be representative. Anyway, if we achieve a good sample size, it's possible to weight to different stratification. But we are not guaranteed at this moment.
So you are not designing a sample. You are not creating a sample design in order to develop your.
Yeah, because it's impossible to have a big. I say.
No, you have.
Yeah. Depends on the sample size. Yeah, it's possible in the second stage to define the quotas. So we can block. We can block the quotas. So for instance, if in Chile, Chile is not. If in Italy, because Chile is not included now in this moment. But if in Italy we achieve the number of informal female with tertiary education, we can block the quota. We can just include additional information with the other cells that are far from the quota or to be representative of the country. So at the second stage, we can balance this kind of information. So depends on the sample size. This is the big issue.
Well, no, it's not probabilistic. Any question? More any question? So, okay.
In English.
Yes.
So I
For everyone in Spanish.
it's for the Mexican state. I have a question related to the guarantees that come with voluntary schemes like the voluntary enrollment for Social Security. Because I saw this was one of the recommendations. But for example, in Costa Rica, when you have voluntary enrollment, you only have partial guarantees. For example, you have access to medical, other medical part, but not, for example, maternity leave. So it's only partial cover. Which are the guarantees that you are considering when recommending the voluntary?
Yes, that's why when it's the voluntary enrollment, the rate of effectiveness is lower. So that's why if we have to increase that rate, we think we have to make a mandatory in this scheme. Now the pilot program to enroll domestic workers and independent workers are only voluntary. But we think that we can obligate, because the wage workers are obligated to enroll in the Social Security. That is the reason.
More question? Oh, so we have to go to a lecture to the bottom floor at this time and lunch. To go to lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Yeah, 6 o'clock in Europe, in Spain, in Italy, in Germany. We will see you. Bye. The link is the same. The link is for free, right?
Ya estás. Habla, habla.
Hola Santos. Para iniciar el siguiente bloque, ¿estás ahí? ¿Hay alguien en la administración de Niteroi?
Pregunta por Esther.
Pero Esther no...
No, hay alguien. Si no queréis meteros aquí, podemos compartir también. Si no,
Esther, espera, pasarlos.
Mira, espera, voy a preguntarle a Esther.
Espera.
Hola Teresa, ¿cómo estás? Ampar. ¿No me escuchás? Empar, Empar. Estás muteada.
¿Qué tal? Estamos aquí en el salón de actos.
Ahí sí, ahí se los ve. Escúchame, no durmieron nada. ¿Qué hicieron? Se fueron de juerga la noche.
No, no.
Fueron a desayunar a la universidad.
Casi que hemos conectado desde la noche a la mañana. Hoy ni dormir casi.
Bueno, ¿cómo están todos?
Muy bien, Agustín.
Bien.
¿Ves cómo se
Muy bueno, un abrazo grande.
desconecta
¿Cuándo van a
el
venir?
micro?
¿Cuándo van a venir por Buenos Aires? ¿Marzo o abril? No se escucha, te muteaste.
Es que se acopla. A ver, voy al otro. Espera.
No, está bien, pero dime, ¿marzo o abril?
Hola.
Ahí está. Ahora no se acopla. Nuestra intención es 14 de marzo o 14 de abril.
Muy bien.
Ahí tenemos las posibilidades. Voy a empezar a hacer papeles. Apaga el micrófono.
Acá los vamos a esperar con un rico Malbec. Bien.
Es tu altavoz. Tu altavoz. Ya, ahora
Con
sí.
un buen Malbec.
Con un Malbec.
¿Perdón?
Ahí está.
Ya está.
Mira, está
Mira.
¿Con vino?
con vino.
Cerrar el micrófono.
Con un buen Malbec, todo se resuelve.
Agustín, ¿puedes hablar?
Hola. Perdón estas
Hola,
irrupciones.
Agustín, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, te escucho.
¿Cómo andan?
Vale, pues nada, podemos
Yulimar,
empezar, ¿no?
Agustín,
¿Qué
Empar,
tal? Bueno,
¿Qué
estamos
tal?
todos
¿Qué
acá.
tal
estamos todos. No todos con Malbec.
Sí, para el tanque.
Bueno, Yulimar, muy bien. Espero que no haber estropeado el video.
No, pues,
Ya está. Ahora sí. Ya está.
Julimar, ¿nos puedes pasar a administración para que tengamos el control del PowerPoint? Para compartir.
Vale, se os escucha. Vale, se os escucha muy mal, pero voy a pasar. ¿A quién tengo que pasar? A Valencia.
Facultad de Ciencias, sí, Facultad de Universidad de Valencia.
Vale, vamos a empezar. La sesión de ahora son estos 4 papers. ¿Sí?
Sí.
The Rise of Informal Employment in Latin America and New Forms of Informality, con Raúl, Verónica.
Sí.
Informality.
Se escucha muy mal, Yulimar, y no se ve, si estás presentando algo no se ve, pero se escucha mal, no sé ustedes.
No se ve. Espera.
Comparte bien.
Is that one?
Yeah. Please. Perdona, escucharme.
Sí, dime, Julimar.
Pregunta si ya se ve.
Julimar, ¿ya se proyecta o no se proyecta?
¿Se proyecta o no?
Sí, ahora se ve.
Vale.
Pero apagar el micrófono, por favor. Por favor. Vale, equipo da Universidade de Valencia me acaban de decir que hay un paper de la sesión anterior que no se ha presentado. Pues empezaremos con ellos, ¿vale?
De acuerdo.
Raúl, te toca esperar un poco, no te
Vale.
tengas ahora. Pero apaga el micrófono, por favor.
Apaga tu ordenador porque me parece que te está empalmando todo por tu conexión. A ver, ahora. Habla Raúl, a ver si ya te oye.
No puedo hacer nada. Pero ¿cómo? Vale. So, Raúl, ¿puedes dejar de compartir, por favor? Please.
No tenemos.
Maria Bucaresti, could you share your presentation?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, my network is a little bit slow. I'm not sure if you can hear me, sorry. We can hear you. Thank you. I think they have a problem. Okay. I can share my presentation, but I'm not sure. Okay. Thank you.
It's okay. Okay.
All right. Just a second. Can you see my screen?
15 minutes.
Yes, we see it. Thank you so much.
But
Okay.
if you can make it in full screen.
Yes, 1 second. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I will stop my video to be sure that you can hear me well. My name is Maria Bianca Bolboasho, and I'm very pleased to join you online today. As the youngest PhD student for the Bucharest University of Economic Studies team, now in my first year of doctoral studies, I'm honored to present our work titled Bridging Informality, Skills, Regional Performance and Resilience, an integrated literature review and policy insight, developed together with my colleagues Diana Gafitei, Adriana Davidescu, and Mihai Gheorghe. So our study starts for a simple but significant observation. The 4 concepts, namely informality, skills, regional performance, and resilience, are rarely investigated together, although they are deeply interconnected. Yet, the literature usually analyzes these topics 2 by 2, which limits the ability to understand their combined macroeconomic implication. In fact, no paper in Web of Science addresses all 4 dimensions together. To respond to this gap, our study has 4 major objectives: to map the literature across the 4 domains, to examine mechanism linking skills, informality, regional performance, and resilience, to identify conceptual and empirical gaps, and to extract policy insights. Before analyzing the results, it is important to understand why these links deserve integrated treatment. Well, skills shape labor market inclusion, informality influences productivity and inequality, and economic performance and resilience depend on economic diversification and human capital. And understanding these relationships is essential for designing effective regional strategies. So we use a conceptual framework, given that no index article covers all 4 concepts together. So we built a 3-layer design. The first layer is skills and regional performance and resilience. The second one is informality and regional performance or resilience. And the third one is informality and skills with a strong policy focus. This layered approach allows us to analyze each pairwise interaction and then integrate the findings into a unified analytical framework. So we extracted data from Web of Science, focusing on economics and related fields. We had a keyword strategy covering informality, more patterns of informality, skills and human capital, regional performance, and regional resilience. This result, about 0 studies, address all 4 topics, confirms that our contribution addresses a real gap in the literature. Our methodology combines 2 complementary approaches. First one is the bibliometric pipeline, where we computed using R, BiblioShiny packages, trend topics, keyword network, and thematic clusters. And the second one is agentic RAG reasoning framework that help us to create subqueries automatically, to retrieve the most relevant sections, and to synthesize the findings through multi-step reasoning. But it is important to mention that all interpretation and conclusion remain human-driven. I will move on the results and we will discuss the first pillar, skills and regional performance or resilience. Over more than 4 decades, the research evolved significantly. So yearly studies focused on economic growth or regional development, which is a more long-term approach than performance, regional performance that focus on short-term and outcomes. After 2019, there is a clear shift toward economic resilience, inequality, and digital economy. Well, recent contributions are more policy-oriented, highlighting the role of skills in sustainability and long-term performance. 1 second. The co-occurrence network identified 2 central clusters, the human capital cluster and the regional innovation cluster and the regional development, which are bridged by entrepreneurship and competitiveness. But we identify a clear gap that the impact of digitalization in green transitions remains under-researched. The second pillar is about informality and regional performance or resilience. And this is the last developed literature dataset with only 31 studies that address this connection. The most cited works show that shadow economy reduces economic growth, weak institution increase informality, and we saw that we have here Professor Williams, which is a well-known professor in undeclared work sector. who studied this topic? His study highlight that formal and informal sector often coexist rather than being in opposition. About the co-occurrence network, we can see that we have 4 thematic clusters. The blue one that deals formal and informal duality, the green one which emphasize macroeconomic performance and public policy, and is linked with regional development one, and the red one who talks about informal employment, human capital, and socioeconomic inequality. From these 2 layers, we identify 4 major gaps requiring future work. The first one is about limited research on informal employment as a resilience buffer. Then we had insufficient data on connection between regional vulnerability and informality. We had lack of comprehensive studies on European regional variation in our data set. And we need more evidence on the channels who link skills, information, institution, and informality. These gaps show why an integrated framework is still missing. Regarding the last pillar, informality and skills, this is the richest layer in terms of conceptual insights. We found some contradictory evidence, while literature mainly supports the hypothesis that higher education usually reduces informality. Skilled workers are also found in informal activities. What is important to emphasize here is that we have geographical concentration of empirical evidence. Most studies came from Africa, Latin America, Asia, where informal sectors show lower skill levels. We had little evidence on Europe, where the pattern on informality is different. So even though we managed to analyze the policy implications in our data set, we could not extrapolate this on European level. For instance, Latin American countries have decades of experience dealing with structural and persistent informality, institutional asymmetries, informal apprenticeships. In contrast, Europe remains significantly understudied, which limits our ability to fully understand these mechanisms in developed economies like there in Europe. Well, we classify policies into 3 tiers. The first one is strong evidence. This is the part of the literature which is strongly supported by the evidence and had impact analysis. We can mention integrated training packages with means targeted education, wage subsidies, and practical training. Also expanding secondary and post-secondary education to support transition into formal employment. Then the second one is the moderately supported, where that are theoretically and logically grounded, but their lack of impact evaluation. We can talk about modernizing apprenticeships schemes or certifying informally acquired skills to improve worker mobility for formalization. And the last one are the emerging approaches, which has limited evidence. We can mention integrated support packages for informal workers of access to new technologies. The literature also highlights some risk about eliminating informal work too quickly that might increase poverty. Well, our study offers the first integrated review connecting skills, informality, regional performance, and resilience. We show that informality is structural, that skills both reduce and coexist with informality, that regional resilience depends on human capital, diversification, and institution, and that combined policy packages outperform isolated measures. We also had limitation. The bibliometrics and agentic RAG cannot fully capture causality. We had, as I mentioned previous, limited European empirical evidence and unexplored topics like green skills or crisis adaptability. For future research, we start to work on developing quantitative macroeconomic modeling of informality's role in resilience, performance, and we try to integrate regional indicators like innovation, education, and so on. Well, that was for my part. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions. I will stop sharing and start my video. Hope that you heard me well. Thank you. I saw the
questions, comments. Next presentation. So let's move to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Let's see. Could you see the presentation? Could you see the presentation?
Yes.
Could you hear me okay or with problems?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. So we are Raúl Lorente and Verónica Ramírez. We are lecturers. Yes?
Usa el headphone. El sonido es muy malo. Utiliza los cascos.
I'm not in my laptop. You don't hear, okay. So could you hear me?
¿Queréis poneros en mi ordenador y apagamos esa?
Could you hear me now? Is it okay? Okay.
Yes.
So we are Raúl Lorente and Verónica Ramírez. We are lecturers of Sociology Department at the University of Valencia. We are going to present the paper, The Rise of Informal Employment in Latin America and New Forms of Informality. A previous work was presented at Regulation for Decent Work Conference and International Labour Office Conference last July in Geneva. So our interest in this paper is to analyze the evolution of labor informality in Latin America and in the main countries that comprise it, in the period between the turn of the century and the present, so in the long term. To analyze the labor formalization policies implemented, such as those developed by the International Labour Office in the last decade, 4 lakh, and the one projected for the period 2024-2030, 4 lakh 2.0. And to investigate the new forms of informality that appear in the current context linked to the platform and gig economy. For our task, data from the International Labour Office are used, from the indicators estimated from its modeling, as well as taking as sources the data on informality offered by the National Statistical Institutes of the different Latin American countries and compiled by the International Labour Office. Based on the analysis of the data, we question whether labor informality in Latin America has historically had a greater impact on women, and some of the literature has spreadly argued, or whether its evolution depends mainly and almost exclusively on economic growth, without taking into account considerations such as the implementation of social, economic, and labor formalization policies. The perspective we highlight in the line with the diagnosis and integrated framework of labor formalization policies composed of 4 types of interventions: productive development policies, employment and skills development policies, social protection policies, policies for the recognition and enforcement of labor rights, and incentives for labor formalization. In this regard, we offer an analysis of the cases of Brazil and Mexico, which, with similar economic growth rates over the last 2 decades, have a radically divergent evolution of labor informality. So the paper has 4 main blocks. The first one is the entrenchment of informality in the region in recent decades. The second one, a phenomenon that has a similar incidence by gender in the region, Latin America. The third one, economic growth as a necessary but not sufficient condition. It is necessary and a strong policy path. And the fourth one, an ambitious economic and social policy agenda is required. So if we see the graph 1, the share of informal employment in total employment, Latin America and Caribbean, with respect to other countries aggregate, we can see the developed countries at the bottom of the graph. Latin America is the green line, and Africa and other aggregates is over Latin America. So Latin America is close to the middle of the world, but with a rate 6-7 points under the middle, the media of all the world, with ILO that data. So we can see that is close to the middle of the workforce, and we can see the stabilization. We begin the period in the 2004, with close to 56-57% of the workforce in the informality. And we end 2024 very close, 52% of the workforce in the informality. So we can see the stagnation of the informality. This is a trend and a stable trend. The next one is the trend of informality in recent decades. We can see how in the more important countries, such as Brazil and Mexico, we can see the informal workers begin, for example, in Brazil, with 44.5 billion informal workers, and it has a good trend because reduce the informal workers about to 8 million people. So Mexico has a different trend because it begins in 2002 with 26 million of informal workers and end in 2023 with 33 million workers, informal workers. So aggregating all the countries, all the American countries, with the annual data, we can see, well, the last column, that is the aggregate of America Latina, and we can see how in 2009, we have 154 million informal workers at the aggregate Latin American Caribbean, and we end in 2023 with 140 million informal workers, 6 million people more working on informality. We have the different data that aggregate International Labour Office, for example, for Argentina, Encuesta Permanente de Hogares, or for Brazil, Pesquisa Nacional por la Muestra de Domicilios Continuos. So we can see that the aggregate of Latin America is close to 140 million workers, informal workers. At the stable of this rate, of this amount of workers in the last 14 years. We can see how it decreased at the beginning, but it's shortly, and how after pandemic it increased. But the main trend is the stability of the amount of workers, of informal workers in Latin America, around 140 million. This amount is probably with a huge heterogeneity between countries, because we have, for example, Uruguay that has a rate of informal workers, and Chile too, close to European countries or something like that, around 24%. And for example, Bolivia, that is, the rate is 80%. So we have a different and a very heterogeneous context. The second trend that we want to highlight is that usually it is said that for the literature that the informal phenomenon is a female phenomenon, and the data is not showing that. If we use CL source prepared by International Labour Office, we can see the rate, the female rate and the male rate of informality is very close, and the curve is crossing over time. And in all the continent, we can see that male is around 49–50%, and female too. With COVID pandemic in 2020, we can see how the gap is huge, and the rate of female decrease, and male rate of informality in post-pandemic is bigger. So we discussed the literature that is saying continuously that informality in the country, in Latin America, is a female phenomenon. The third trend that we like to talk about is economic growth as a unique factor to solve informality. So we say that economic growth as a necessary but not sufficient condition, it is necessary and a strong policy drive. So we have, for example, the examples of Brazil, that Brazil and Mexico saw in the long term a similar growth rate, around 2%, from the beginning of the century nowadays. And we can see how with this 2% of growth rate accumulate, Brazil was capable to reduce the amount of informality in around 8 million people. And with similar growth, economic growth, accumulated in the last 2 decades of 2%, well, it's 2 decimals, to 1.9 accumulate. Mexico has a different trend, and it increased the informal workers amount around 8 million people. And we can see how in an absolute perspective, males are more represented in informal informal work. So we can see, well, at the paper is analyze Peru, that has an accumulated economic growth of 4%, and it has not reduced the amount of informality. It shows a stability around 12 million informal workers, or Colombia, Argentina, Bolivia, Ecuador, that is a good example because it reduced informality with the, well, we can discuss this idea after that with Rafael Correa government, that is from 27 to 2016, it reduced informality, and with the right-wing government, it increased in around 1.5 million, from 4 million informal workers to 5.5 informal workers. We can see the Chile and Uruguay example, and we can see these trends. First of all, labor informality has a very broad stability, which leads one to believe the phenomenon has become entrenched in the region. Second one is, contrary to what the International Labour Office points out in its reports, labor informality is not mainly a female phenomenon, at least not in the region. Data on it in Latin America do not show that it has a greater impact on women. In relative terms, it has a similar incidence in men and women. And in absolute terms, we can unequivocally affirm that it is an eminently male phenomenon. For example, in Mexico, in Colombia, we can see how the male rate of informality is bigger than the female rate. The third one is the main advances in reducing labor informality in the region occurred in the first decades of the 20th century, specifically between 2006 and 2015. The last decade can be described as the lost decade in terms of labor formalization, given that in light of the data, the progress in formalization is considered less than the setbacks. Our analysis, based on International Labour Office data, shows that while in 2009 there was at least 137 million informal workers in the region, in 2016 this number decreased to 130 million and increased to 142 million workers, informal workers, by 2023. The fourth one is economic growth is not enough to reduce informality. It requires economic and labor policies explicitly aimed at formalizing labor and creating formal jobs. The differential performance of Brazil and Mexico in the medium and long term clearly illustrated this. The 5.1, in combination with the previous section, the data seems to show that reductions in labor informality and the success, albeit always partial and limited, of formalization policies in Latin America typically occur in contexts that combine economic growth and progressive governance, with an explicit labor policy agenda promoting labor formalization. This is the case with Lula's first administration in Brazil, Rafael Correa in Ecuador, Pepe Mujica in Uruguay, Michelle Bachelet in Chile, and to a certain extent the Nestor Kirchner administration in Argentina, and Evo Morales in Bolivia. Exceptions to this rule would be the governments of López Obrador in Mexico and Luis Arce in Bolivia. At the same time, the data also point to the devastating effect on labor informality of neoliberal governments, with their agenda of destabilize labor markets, devastate formal employment, and increase labor informality in the region. The last one of the paper, the last part of the paper, analyze the formalization policies in Latin America, FORLAC and FORLAC 2.0 agendas. We can see the limited progress has been made of the FORLAC strategy. It's a failure strategy. We can see that it's a failure strategy, but ILO, International Labour Office, say the same. Developed by ILO and implemented from 2013 to 2017. A good diagnostic of the shortcomings, and in our opinion, a correct design of the second strategy, the FORLAC 2.0 strategy for the period 2024-2030. And other important aspects of FORLAC 2.0 strategy that we consider important are the diagnostics focus on the informality trap as the main obstacle in the region to advances the goals of decent work and social justice. Second, addressing the digital transition as both a challenge and an opportunity for labor formalization, a dimension in which we are more critical as we observe more negative effects of digitalization on informality than positive ones. This last section is relevant given the International Labour Office explicitly highlights the silence posed by the context of digitalization in society and the effects of the gig economy. The third one, the 4-lakh strategy also highlights the informality is growing during the recovery from the COVID pandemic and includes within this process the emergence of new forms of informal employment. The last one, it also has a greater impact on certain groups in the region, such as migrant or certain ethnic groups. For example, with the migration of Venezuelan people to other countries, they have an elevated participation on informal analyzing. So that's all. Thank you very much, and we are open to questions or to ask later. Thank you very much.
Questions? Comments? Please turn off your microphone. That's okay. Question? Raul, I would like to comment some point with your analysis. Could you turn off your microphone, please?
Yes, Juliman.
Because here is producing that crop. Okay, so relate to Brazil. You present Brazil as a special case.
Yes.
Because Brazil reduced the number of informal people in more than 8 million during the second decade of this century. It is particularly related to a labor reform here in Brazil. In 2009, the Brazilian government created a kind of labor contract, which the name is individual micro entrepreneur. In 2009, it produced it increased the number of people that subscribe this kind of contract with the governments. Is like autonomous people, and it produced these numbers in Brazil, but not related with the government. So, okay. So my question is, when you analyze Latin American countries, you have to take into account the institutional roles. They are quite different between the countries. Okay, and Brazil is different, basically because this labor reform.
Yes, so it is said at the literature that economic growth is the main reason. We can see that it's not only well, you can reduce informal workers changing the law, but well. So it is say some trends about informality that is not we have as a mantra, and when you see the context, you see that is not right. So, for example, that is a female phenomenon. Probably it's a female phenomenon my country and Spain. But when you see the data of Latin America, you can see that it's a female phenomenon. Is in relative terms is similar. The incidence of informality in male and women. And well, each country is different, and you can see the effects of law reforms and other important effects. For example, in Brazil, I know the effect of this mini job reform that probably changed the label, but not the working conditions and not the real life of the people. But we can see different evolutions. And for example, it's not a general rule, but for example, some contexts with left-wing governments, we can see good results. Not every time and not everywhere. For example, last period in Bolivia or for example Mexico, that seems good results. But for example, I think that Ecuador, that is a context that I know very well, with the process that changed labor market with citizenship revolution, it's a good example that we need for formalization, and good examples of formalization is a real policy focused on formalization and adding to economic growth another vision.
Thank you, Raul. Fernanda, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I would like just to put in question, to question actually this conclusion that is so affirmative that in Latin America, in the region, there is no gendered effects within in the participation in labor market and in informality situation. I think this is very complicated to say that way. First of all, we have to consider that within the region, there are so much heterogeneity between countries. So I think we have to take that with some careful and to that. And I invite the authors to see my presentation that I will show with evidence that there is not the case for Bolivian, and there are so much literature that question that for other countries. So it will be very interesting to see that. For example, in the case of Bolivia, with this graphic, we will see that the incidence was that women has a greater and significantly chance to be in informal sector than men for Bolivian case. And within informality, women are in a worse situation in terms of income, in terms of, so precariousness is much higher among women within informality than men. So I will invite you to see my presentation that with evidence, we cannot generalize that for the region as if there was not different situations and contexts. That would be my question or my comment. Thank you.
Roberto, Raúl.
Yo sé que es un tema polémico. De hecho, cada vez que lo presentamos en Ginebra, en la OIT también, causó polémica. Y posiblemente no sea políticamente correcto, pero repetir un mantra que los datos no nos muestran que sea la evidencia, no creo que nos lleve a avanzar en el conocimiento. Yo puedo estar de acuerdo en que la situación concreta de las mujeres informales puede acumular determinados, diríamos, marginaciones o determinados elementos, y que la informalidad de las mujeres sea con condiciones de trabajo mucho más graves que la de los hombres. Pero lo que yo estaba poniendo de manifiesto no es eso, es que se repite en los informes de la OIT y en mucha literatura que la incidencia de la informalidad tiene mayor peso en jóvenes, migrantes y mujeres. Y en mujeres los datos no muestran eso. Si tomamos los datos que está proyectando la propia OIT, encontramos que las curvas se están cruzando continuamente. Esto es un agregado de toda Latinoamérica. Entonces vemos que sí, si Latinoamérica nos da que el ratio de informalidad está alrededor del 55-56, aquí los datos nos están mostrando, quizás es porque excluye el Caribe, creo que no, pero nos está mostrando que las curvas están con una incidencia similar. Con lo cual, yo viendo esta gráfica no diría que tiene una mayor incidencia en mujeres. Yo estoy hablando de la incidencia. Y posteriormente, cuando vemos la realidad en términos absolutos, claro que también es importante, encontramos que en prácticamente todos los países hay un volumen de trabajadores informales que superan un tercio aproximadamente al de mujeres. También porque las mujeres tienen una menor movilización laboral y por el fenómeno de las amas de casa, obviamente. Pero ello también yo creo que es relevante a la hora de ver que la informalidad en Latinoamérica no tiene rostro femenino. Yo es lo único que estoy diciendo. En mi país sí que tiene rostro femenino. En mi país...
Me parece interesante, tenemos que seguir esa discusión que me parece súper, pero mira, nosotros tenemos los datos de la OIT, ¿no? Y voy a mostrar en mi presentación y voy a comparar con lo que nos hemos construido, pero según la OIT, para el caso boliviano, las mujeres tienen 4% mayor que los hombres en el caso urbano. Ese dato no corresponde al que tenemos para el caso boliviano. No corresponde. Y las fuentes de la OIT, de la encuesta continua de empleo, no son estos los datos que tenemos en términos porcentuales, porque lo que estás usando acá, y yo creo que ese es un comentario muy importante, es que estás usando absolutos. Y lo que pasa es que no estás considerando, déjame terminar, que no estás considerando que las mujeres están en términos numéricos, en términos numéricos somos menos mujeres en el mercado laboral remunerado. Entonces, en términos absolutos, es lo que estás considerando, pero eso no es lo correcto. Lo correcto es utilizar en términos proporcionales. En términos proporcionales, las mujeres tienen mayor probabilidad de estar, o sea, si tomas el total de mujeres en el mercado laboral y las divides entre formal e informal y haces el mismo ejercicio con los hombres, las mujeres tienen mayor probabilidad de estar en la informalidad que los hombres. Entonces, usar absolutos para llegar a esa conclusión tan tajante no es lo correcto, no es lo adecuado. Y además eso tiene razones también teóricas para esa argumentación. Entonces, aquí hay que utilizar proporcional. ¿Por qué? Porque las mujeres ingresan menos, hay una brecha de participación laboral justamente por la división sexual del trabajo y el trabajo de cuidado, el trabajo reproductivo, que según mucha de esa discusión debería incluirse en la discusión de la informalidad. Entonces, usar absolutos para responder, para decir eso no es correcto.
Sí, en la gráfica que tienes aquí de Bolivia, vas a ver que es de los pocos países donde las mujeres y los hombres prácticamente están, si hay 4 millones de informales, están muy parejos, en términos
No,
absolutos.
mira, absolutos no sirven. Absolutos no sirven.
¿Vas a dejar terminar o no? En el resto de países la diferencia en términos absolutos es mucho mayor y podrás ver que las líneas hombres y mujeres es mucho más amplia, con lo cual hay muchos más hombres. En términos absolutos estoy hablando. Ahora vamos a poner términos relativos. Ahora vamos a poner términos relativos.
Perdona, Fernanda, Raúl, perdonarnos.
Esto es una proporción, es decir, ahora está mostrando en Latinoamérica.
Tenemos que avanzar.
Sí, pero esta es una comparación en términos proporcionales. Y lo que vemos es que en 2022 ¿sí? Hay un 48% de hombres y un 48% de mujeres. Con lo cual la incidencia es similar, no es mayor. Y viene de una tendencia en la cual proporcionalmente los hombres en Latinoamérica han sido una proporción mucho mayor. Y de hecho la pandemia lo que hace es bajar mucho la proporción de mujeres y ampliar la brecha. Esto es en términos relativos. Con lo cual la comparación yo creo que es interesante verla de los dos tipos. Pero podemos seguir utilizando el mantra que políticamente es muy correcto y de seguir diciendo que la incidencia es mucho mayor en las mujeres en Latinoamérica. Los datos no lo muestran.
Yo creo que ha quedado claro, ¿no? Y podríamos seguir o hacer un especial sobre gender. But now we'll have to advance to the next presentation. Please, Janina, Valentina, y Nazarena. Please, Raúl, could you stop sharing?
Hi, everybody. The presenter from our team is Valentina González Sisto.
Raúl, please.
Hi, how are you?
You are sharing, Raúl.
Yulimar, Valentina will share the presentation. Valentina
Sí, Raúl.
González Sisto.
Raúl tiene que dejar de compartir. Raúl tiene que salir. ¿Cómo le puede hacer? Valentina, you can share right now.
Vale, no estás, estás muteada.
Okay, now can you listen to me?
Yes.
Great. So, good evening to everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Valentina, and okay, sorry, but the slides are not moving. Okay. Sorry, now it works. So, as I was saying, my name is Valentina, and we will be presenting some results from a comparative study on youth precariousness that we have been working on with Janina and Nazarena. This study compares Argentina, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Poland. So, two different groups of countries, one from Latin America and 4 from Europe. The presentation structures around introduction, then we'll see the main objectives of the study, then we will move on to the methodology and the indicators and variables incorporated in the regression models, to finally move on to key results, and we also draw some conclusions and some questions that we find interesting to see moving forward. So, as we all know, the moment that young people first enter the labor market is still nowadays a critical point of market labor inequality. And young people, no matter the region where they are from, they are the most exposed to instability, to low income, to limited social protection. However, the way in which this precariousness manifests does vary by region. For example, in Latin America, we are more used to this vulnerability showing through the structural informality, so everything linked with informal firms, low enforcement, weaker employer obligations, and very related with productivity issues that the region faces. When, on the other hand, in Europe, these poorer job qualities are mostly linked to or are channeled through the formal sector of the economy. And so what we see is that young people may turn more to part-time jobs or to temporary contracts, all through formal channels again. However, regardless of how this manifests in different countries, what we see is that these economies that are very different in terms of their welfare systems, their productive structures, their labor institutions, they all face a common challenge, and that is to correctly or fully integrate their young population, the young working population, in a way that, or in the more stable areas of the job market, in a way that it allows them to fully achieve autonomy and adulthood. So we see this process that the literature has been calling prolonged youth, in which young people are increasingly being less able to leave their houses and achieve full stability, all linked to their ties to the labor market. And so the main objective of this study is not only to compare youth precariousness levels, but to assess how this precariousness in the youth manifests differently in different contexts, as we were saying. And also a key aim of this study is to analyze whether sex still nowadays introduces inequality in the job market. And that is because we know that in a context of increased education in general, but also particularly for women, we know that even in some cases, women tend to surpass their male partners in terms of educational attainment. And so that would make us think about the possibility that this increased education, and more so in advanced societies, could tend to close the gender gap, both in terms of income and in terms of a more standard insertion in the job market. And so we will put that hypothesis to test to see whether it holds in practice. And finally, we evaluate whether higher education effectively mitigates income gaps and the quality of youth employment. So we analyze the existence of returns to education, both in terms of income and in terms of standard employment. And so, so as to compare such different contexts, the two main data sources that we use are, for the Argentinian case, the Permanent Household Survey, the EPH from INDEC, and for Europe, the EU SILC databases. In both cases, the databases are from the 2023, so it's a cross-sectional study of the year 2023, and our target population are the employed young people aged 18 to 34 years old, because this is a range that is associated with this idea of the prolonged youth at this process that we are studying. So, as we may know, and something of this has came up recently in the talk, we know that it's not easy, or that these kinds of studies may face a challenge in terms of being able to create or to achieve an indicator that is comparable through different contexts. And that is because, for example, here in Argentina, for young people, for all workers, but particularly for young people, it's very common to have no social security. However, in countries like Germany, for example, social security is very residual. And so if we were to only compare that indicator, no social security, we would conclude that in some countries of Europe, poor job quality does not exist, when in reality, it may just simply take other forms. And so what we do here to tackle that challenge is to build an indicator that is wider and that can be used to draw comparisons between different countries, and that is non-standard employment, which incorporates all
ways of insertion in the labor market that deviate from the classical standard insertion in the labor market, which is full-time job with a permanent and written contract and with social security. And we also include some independent workers more related to full-time independent jobs, because we acknowledge the fact that it's getting increasingly common for young people to enter the job market through self-employment, and that it may not always reflect precariousness. And so that is our first dependent variable. And then we have income, particularly low income, which includes both wage and non-wage income. And then the independent and control variables that we use in the models are sex, marital or cohabitation status, because we explore interactions between these two variables so as to assess this idea of inequality. Then educational level to evaluate the returns to education, age, and size of the firm in which young people are working. And so we do logistic regressions to estimate the probability of participation in non-standard employment, and linear regressions to analyze the determinants of hourly income. Well, before moving on to the multivariate analysis, we'll see some descriptives of the population we're working with, and that will allow us to see the starting point and the differences between countries. First, what we see in terms of non-standard employment by age group and by country is that non-standard employment is a youth-driven phenomenon everywhere. So in all countries, the age range from 18 to 24 years old is the one most affected by working non-standard, followed by the 25 to 29 age group. We see that as age increases, though these different contexts, we see a common pattern. The job insertion tends to become more stable. And we also see a mild upstick through older ages, which can reflect a shift toward more flexible arrangements at work. Then, when it comes to differences between countries, what we see is that Argentina clearly stands out as the country, for example, with a higher non-standard employment incidence for all age groups. And secondly, Italy is the most affected country within the EU sample. Coming back to this idea of the different composition of the non-standard employment in different countries, what we see is that, once again, Argentina shows us the worst case. Why? Well, because we see that this non-standard employment tends to be more multidimensional in a way that it's common for people, or for young people in Argentina, to be non-standard, not only for a single reason, but for two or more. So maybe, for example, young Argentinians can work part-time plus informal, whereas in the complete opposite side, we have Germany, which tends to be or tends to have a non-standard employment that is more linked to a single cost. So in here, we see that it's mostly characterized by non-permanent or verbal contracts and working part-time with no social security incidence that it's almost non-existent. So in this case, we could relate this type of work with mini-jobs, which tend to present these characteristics of non-permanent contracts and being part-time, and which could also reflect this notion of non-standard work being more voluntary or for a flexible objective. And then we have Spain and Italy that lie somewhere in between because we have a more diversified profile than in Germany, but with much less overlap than in the Argentinian case. And Italy has an important incidence of no social security. And finally, Poland is the country that's most affected from the European Union in terms of the no social security. And so these differences between countries are interesting in terms of this debate of whether non-standard employment may or may not reflect precariousness. And that's because even the ILO acknowledges that young people, that women are the most exposed to these types of work, and that it could be due to coexisting reasons. So for young people, for example, as I was saying before, they may choose to work in these types of positions because they can mix educating or going on with their education, meanwhile achieving some professional experience. However, on the other side, on the demand side, we know that also firms tend to hire young people or for cost-saving purposes and for screening, for probation. And in those cases, we would have to link non-standard employment to more non-voluntary and more precarious manifestations. And so non-standard employment sometimes can lie within a gray zone that is interesting to analyze and to see how it behaves in these different countries. And finally, in terms of the descriptive analysis, we see that despite the differences between countries, the patterns are not so different. For example, well, we check once again that female are the ones that are most affected by non-standard employment in all countries. Then we see that acquiring higher education tends